This is Meri at the Meri Atelier, and today is Thursday, October 8th. Good morning. Good morning, world. It's 4:30 in the morning. Let's do some art. Ha! My quote says, don't overdo it. This is the pace that kills when you overdo it. All right. The pace that kills. Wow. Okay. Well then, I've had a nice weekend. Well, it hasn't been a weekend. I've had a nice week. See, it felt like the weekend because I did not stream yesterday morning. We did some yard work, got our garden cleaned out. Now it's just ready for my brother and his son to till it, and it will be ready to rest this winter. Let's say good morning. Let's say good morning. Let's see who's in here. Hi, Arlene. Hi, Carla. Two faithful early birds, Arlene and Carla. Good morning, ladies. Well, you all know from my standalone videos that I've been making walnut. I rescued Penelope. I knocked her over the cliff yesterday. She was a little mad at me. She was a little mad at me. And Tuesday morning, I made these little journals. I don't know what I'm going to do with this one, but I sure do like it. I was thinking maybe quotes. Fun little quotes, maybe some vintage photos. I'd love to put little vintage photos in there. But I think, how many pages did I say I had? Let's see, I bound it with this dyed seam binding. So it shouldn't be too hard to find the center of it here. So let me count the pages again. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. I think I said 15. There's about, if you take 15, there's either 14 or 15. I'm going to round it up to 15 because I don't want to recount. Times 4 is 60. So I would have to, if I put photos on here, I'd have to have 60 photos, or at least 30 if I put a photo there and a quote there. So we'll see. I don't know. It sure is a fun little journal, though. It doesn't have a closure because of these tabs. If I put a closure, well, I don't know. I could wrap it around like that. For now, I will. Let's put it with my little journals, which are here someplace. Did I take my little journals out of here? I might have. I don't know what I did with all my little journals. I'm going to have to hunt them up. And then I made this one, which I really do like. This I'm calling my leftovers journal because I was just kind of cleaning up around my desk and I had all these parchment papers from that blue PT, butterfly PT, and walnut paper. And this was just the papers that I had put that stationery paper out on. And I was cleaning it up and I made another journal. And I really like it. I love this. I got this piece in Happy Mail. And then I did this page, this layout, which I feel like needs more. And then this is the back here. So this is a fun little journal. I'll be working in this. So, you all know that I've been making walnut ink. I've been making walnut ink. We're going to work on that. Who else came in here? Rhonda and Arlene and Carla. Good morning, good morning, good morning. Deborah Brown. Good morning, Deborah. She says, happy Thursday, Meri. Happy Thursday, Meri. Good morning. Happy Thursday to you, Deborah. Get my eyes adjusted to this light. Nashwa's here. Good morning, Nashwa. Rhonda's in the house. Hi, Rhonda. They're saying good morning. Good morning, good morning. Yes, Deborah. Deborah says, good morning, Arlene. Sweet Arlene. Do you know that you're the best mod out there? I tell you, I have some good mods, don't I? I like all my mods, but there are a couple that are really faithful. Janet and Arlene, I have to say, they're the ones. And but look, Carla and Rhonda are in here. Both of them. I count on all of you, especially when I get into my art zone. You handle those blue wrenches very well. And you handle questions and drop links and greet people. Last February, I had a mod appreciation month. And I may do that again next February. I think there should be 1 month a year where we just appreciate our moderators across all streams. You know, both Janet and Arlene are moderators in other streams, for other channels, and they put a lot of work into it, and it's not a paid job. It's not a paid job. We love you. We love you. We love you all. All right. Let's see. What else? Let's see. Rhonda says, good morning. Deborah says, good morning, good morning, good morning, good morning. There's Linda McAllister. Hello, Linda. Hello. And Donna Betts. Good morning, Donna. Good morning. Barbara and Chicken Pot Pie Society. Good morning, Barbara. Josie. Hi, Josie. Good morning. Josie is our Italian lady. Good morning, Josie. It's so good to see you. She's lurking while cleaning. Well, that's perfectly okay. Perfectly okay. I have no idea how Violet's doing. I have no idea. I just hope she's taking good care of herself. Linda says, hi, Josie. I'm having trouble reading this morning. It seems awfully dark. Maybe I made it darker when I did my round. Yeah, look, it's way dark. No wonder I'm having trouble. Let's lighten this up a bit. Oh, there you all are. Yeah, Arlene says she's an early bird. Arlene's an early riser. Carla says, good morning, Josie. Long time no see. How are you and your family? All right, they're all saying good morning. So, you all know I've been playing with walnut ink. This is while I was filling those bottles, this is, ooh, and you can see it is. Let's drop some of that walnut into the wastebasket here. Hold it a minute. We got to the town, day before yesterday. And I got my carpet tape. I bought that vinyl tape, and I exchanged one vinyl tape and for carpet tape, and then I bought another carpet tape. So I have carpet tape to play with. This is still a little damp. Let's dry this. It'll dry a little lighter. This is completely, walnut dyed. Hold it. So I was filling those ink bottles, and while I was filling those ink bottles, I have some walnut. I put this paper down. Look at this. This is extra dark here. I wonder if that's going to dry that way. Let's dry it. So really it dries a little lighter. You'll see as I'm drying it with my heat gun that it does dry lighter. Well, that's really dark. Now I wonder why that's so dark there and this is light. I wonder what, did I just get extra on there? So it almost is if you soak your paper like I've done here, it almost makes it a nice even brown color. So I still want to try what Janet said. I still have a half a pot of this. I scooped everything out into bottles. I'm going to put some alcohol and gum arabic in that this morning. But I scooped everything out into bottles yesterday, except some that was left at the bottom. And then I took all my walnuts and some of the liquid that was left that I'd taken out and put it back in. And I'm cooking it again, or I did cook it, I simmered it. And I just turned it off this morning while I was making my tea. So I have another, maybe a fourth pot to bottle up. And then I think I'll call it done. I have plenty. I think that I brought 2 bottles in here, and I think I have 3 bottles that I've already bottled that are still out in the kitchen. And I'll probably get about 3 or 4 more bottles out of that pot. So I'll have enough ink to last me for the next 3 or 4 years. Now, I will say, both Lisa and not Arlene, but Janet has been saying that they'd love to get their hands on some black walnuts. And I have to say, I went out and I looked under that tree and there's not a black walnut there. There's not one there, and I looked up in the tree and it looks bare. And that means I won't even get any this year. What I used were last year's black walnuts. So, but I looked on the internet, and there is, I'll drop the link. I don't have the link with me, but there are people who harvest black walnuts. And this is the season for them. This is what they call hulling season, H-U-L-L-I-N-G, hulling season. And I left an email to one site in Missouri and asked them if there was any way you could get some hulls. I said, we want to make black walnut ink. Well, you know how emails are. It goes down the black hole. Emails go down the black hole. So they do have an 800 phone number, and I think I'm going to give them a call today. Because I'll bet you, because these hulls, they can't do much with them because they have, what do they call it, J-U-G, juglone or something like that, juggling, I'm not sure. There's a certain element in the in the walnut hull and in the walnut itself, that is not in the meat of the walnut, but in the shell, that is poisonous to other plants, certain other plants. And they warn you not to throw your hulls out in your garden or compost it, because it'll kill your other plants, especially garden plants. Although I will say, there's plenty of weeds growing under the walnut tree. I'm always having to, so I know it doesn't kill weeds. I wish it would. That would be nice. I have to do that myself. But I think I'm going to give them a call today, an actual phone call, and see if I can't find a source. But I'll bet you they dispose of their hulls. And I'll bet you we can get our hands on some. It just looks like it might work. I don't know. But I doubt that they man their website. I don't think they probably don't have the manpower to daily read their email from their website. So I'm going to give them a call today and see if we can't, because I think I would like some more. And see if, I'll bet we can get them cheap too. I just have this hunch that it will be easy to find them. And once I get that information, I'll share it, if it's positive. I'll share if it's not positive too. Well, I won't, I'll share the positive information, but if they can't do it, I'll just let you guys know. But I'm looking for a source. But you want to do it in the fall. You want to, if you're contacting anybody, you want to contact them in late September, in October, because that's when they do their harvesting of black walnuts. You know, how do you get black walnuts in the store if nobody harvests them? So, and black walnuts are expensive because there's, you know, they don't grow it like corn. Speaking of harvest, all our cornfields are ready to harvest. They're out there working in the fields. See, this is dried a much lighter color. I'm loving the dark lines though. I'm loving the dark lines. This will make a nice page right here. Makes a nice frame. So this is just a sheet of packing paper here. Ooh. That's stuck together there. Ooh, this is pretty here. So this is the underside. It's still a little damp over here. Let's try this a little more. So my cricket's gone. The other morning, that cricket, I had a cricket in here and he just sang all morning. I listened to my replay and I'm going, that cricket! He probably drove everybody away. He's worse than my brother sneezing. He sang all morning. I thought, he's going to wear out pretty soon. So, he sang his heart out. All right, this is very pretty. We might use bits of this morning. I just brought it in to show you. Very pretty. I'm going to set it aside. The other thing that I want to show you is this ribbon that would not dye with the blue PT. I dropped it in the black walnut. Let's get some white paper out and show it to you. It shows up better against the white. Let's get a piece of white paper here. It wants to all come out at once. Of course it does. So it's a very pretty, almost a golden brown. But this ribbon, I think, has a certain resist to it, because even that black walnut ink did not make it a very, parts of it soaked in here. What's going on? I think I have an ad. Hold on. Funny cats. Good morning to everybody who's come in. Let me stand up and show this to you a little better. It's a very pretty, it's very pretty if you could see it. If you could see it in person. I don't think the phone is doing it too much justice. It's kind of a light tan, but I know that even if the black walnut wouldn't dye it, there's something in this ribbon that's resisting the dye. But it's pretty the way it is. I like it the way it is. I'm waiting for my Amazon order to come. I ordered some twill ribbon. Some some seam binding. And it said it was cotton and rayon, and I think it said rayon. And I'm curious to see if it's like what I have had trouble finding seam binding on retail. But I read the little label of the vintage one that I had, and it said cotton and rayon, and it dyed nice. So I'm going to leave this crumpled like that because I think it's pretty that way. And then the other thing that I have here besides more paper are my coffee filters that some of these are still kind of damp. I'm just going to let them dry naturally. That I put in, that I used for those jars as I was straining the liquid through these. And so they're all dyed. These will make a nice collage and nice, even journal pages. This would make a nice round journal page. I'm thinking journals, but let's dig out one to use this morning. I think this one. Now this one has some nice, both of these have nice striations on them. I think as they got wrinkled, this one does too. As they wrinkle, they got nice striations. I'm just going to let these dry natural. So I have a stack of dyed coffee filters to play with. I think I'll play with this one this morning. So we have that. And what else to show you? I think that's about it. So, there's my calendar. It says, don't overdo it. This is the pace that kills. Overdoing is the pace that kills. But let's look at chat before I move on. Carla says, Meri's community tab. Thank you, Carla. Live stream hop is coming up tomorrow evening. Tomorrow evening at 5:55 p.m. I believe. If I remember right. I did post it. I'll have to check. I can never remember what time I'm starting. Isn't that horrible? But you know, I make that schedule and then I post it and then I forget about it. Check Fibsville and check the community tab. Let's see if I can get onto Facebook. Last time I tried this, my password wouldn't work. Come on. Oh. I don't remember my password. I don't want to fool with it when I don't remember my password because then I mess things up. I'll have to create a new password. I'll have to go through that rigmarole, and I don't want to do that. So let's go back to my stream here. But it's tomorrow night, and the theme is Oktoberfest. We're going to have a fall festival in Phibbsville. Yeah. Thank you, Arlene. She says she's been advertising the hop, and she typed it, the time in enough time to know it now. What was it? Let's see. It starts at 5:45 a.m. Thank you, Arlene. It's horrible. Let's just hope that I remember tomorrow morning. But I'll be on tomorrow morning regardless. I'll be on. I can sleep just a teeny bit later tomorrow morning. I can sleep until 5. Josie says, lady, I will start doing videos again because I'm starting an Etsy shop. I just want to get rid of a lot of stuff that I have. Oh, Josie. Cool. Stash from Italy, folks. Stash from Italy. All right, Josie, that sounds good. You guys, if you don't know Josie, is it Giotto? I'm butchering her last name for sure. Arlene, could you drop a link to, or one of the mods, drop a link to Josie's channel? Donna had to go get some sleep. Candy's here. Good morning, Candy. Good morning, Candy. Sleep well, Donna. Sweet dreams. Let's see. I can't even pronounce that name, Barbara. Reggio Emilia is a popular methodology here in North America in early childhood. That's interesting. Hi, Juanita. Good morning, Juanita. Thank you, Arlene. There we go. Good morning. There is a link to Josie's channel. She says she's going to start doing some videos again. She's going to sell some of her stash, and Josie is from Italy. So you might get some Italian stash there. I'm not sure exactly what she's got going, but I think Josie is originally from Canada, and she's living in Italy, the way I understand it, if I remember right. Donna said she couldn't sleep last night, so she's going to try again. Doesn't that bother you when you can't get to sleep? I've had those nights. And I tell you, you're tired, your body's tired, but, well, your mind isn't going to rest. I've had those sleepless nights. They aren't fun, especially when you want to sleep. Let's see. Barbara says, Josie, I'm interested in seeing their educational system in early childhood. Linda, let me tell you about your live stream hop. Don't worry about it. Just if you're having trouble getting started, actually just do your best. We understand. Just let us know if YouTube is not working that great for Linda. But just keep working through it. We'll be there to support you, and just do your best. We all understand YouTube is hard, and YouTube gets fussy sometimes, and Linda's in the Netherlands. So just do your best. If you can't get on, just post in our group, and we'll all have the group turned on. I'll see the messages, and we'll just go to the next person, or the next time slot. But your last two, you had some trouble with YouTube, but you worked through it, and your hops were fun. I enjoyed them. I always enjoy seeing Linda. And I hope it goes well for you tomorrow morning. Let's see. What else? Let's see. Violet's care package. Oh, there. Rhonda, I've been missing Rhonda's message here about a care package for Violet. And if you want to do something for her, a card or, you know, I don't know if she's taking tags or ATCs, but you want to send them to Rhonda. Rhonda, I think your information is in Phibbsville Friends of where they can send it. And if you're not a part of Phibbsville, just message me and I'll make sure you get the information. But by November 1st, today is the 8th, so we've got a week or two to get something done and sent in to Rhonda for a care package for Violet. Violet and her husband are not feeling well. I don't want to talk about their private information, but we want to get a care package off to them. And Rhonda is spearheading it. Bless your heart for doing that, Rhonda. Arlene dropped a link for anybody who might be interested in black walnuts. Now, a lot of these places that process black walnuts think that you want the meat of the black walnut. Well, you might want the meat because the nut meat is what we eat. We don't eat the hulls, but we make the ink out of the hulls. So, and I'm going to call this place today because it's down in Missouri, and Missouri is not that far away for either Lisa or myself. Of course, it's a half a country away for Janet, but I'm going to see if we can't get any. Our walnut tree just did not produce. It really produced walnuts last year, and I gathered them all up, and that's what I made my ink out of this week. But there's nothing out there under that tree. Usually they fall, and they fall all over the street, and the cars run over them, and the squirrels come and take them. So it's looking pretty bare out there, but we'll see that if I can't get any hulls to Janet, if we can't find a source, I've got plenty of ink that I can bottle up in some little plastic bottles and tape up the lids, and we'll get some. I know Janet wants some. So if I can't get the hulls to her, I'll get some of the liquid to her so she can play with it. Yeah, Josie said, my nieces came here from the summer. One sister from Canada and the other from England. Not sure what is happening right now with the flights. Bless your hearts. Meri, you should bottle it up, use painty labels, and send us Christmas gifts. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. Because, look, this jar is even bigger. And these are the two that I brought in here. I brought them in here because I was going to add some gum Arabic. This is gum Arabic. This is from Winsor Newton. Now, I bought this, I think, at Dick Blick, but you can get this same thing on Amazon. It cost about $12 for this little bottle. Gum Arabic, I believe, is from a certain tree, and I don't think it grows here in the States. I think it comes from India, product of India, I think. It doesn't say on the label. It doesn't say here. But you can also buy dried gum arabic. You can purchase other gum arabic product. But I like it from Winsor Newton because I know Winsor Newton is an art company. And then I also brought in, and you don't need much. You need, I think they said to about a pint, you add a tablespoon. So I'm just going to add what I think is a tablespoon of gum arabic in here, and about the same of alcohol. And this is 91% alcohol. So that's what I'm going to do this morning. So let's go down to the end of the stream here and welcome folks who just came in, and then I'll get to work. Hi Joyce, welcome, welcome. Hi Kushan. Good morning. Kushan is from Finland, I believe. Hi Lala, good morning. Candy's here. Oh, really? You found them by searching for a haul seller. Okay. Did it smell bad when cooking the walnuts? Yes, it did for maybe about 3 or 4 hours. It had a pungent smell, kind of an earthy smell, like walnuts cooking. But after it simmered, after it got into like the 6th or 7th hour, that smell dissipated. I didn't even have to open the front door. But it was a cool day, and it does not smell now. And what I'm cooking this morning does not smell. Or not cooking. Well, I let it simmer overnight. And this morning, and when I say simmer, I turned that burner almost off, not quite. It was still warm, but it was simmering. And you want it to simmer so it'll thicken up a little. So, yes, it does smell. It seems like it's pungent right at first. And I think that kind of cooks away. It kind of dissipates after a bit. So if you decide to get a hold of some walnut shells, you'll want to do this on a day, especially, I am not that sensitive to strong smells. I do smell things, but strong smells really do not bother me a lot. But if they bother you, you'll want to do it in an area where you can ventilate it. You'll want to ventilate. And I found after about 4 hours, the smell started going away. This bottle is really full. I think this was a jelly jar, and it's still, no matter, we washed these. These have been washed in the dishwasher. So, yeah. Let's see, what else is going on here? Yeah, I think Violet is taking care of herself. I hope she is. I don't know what's going on with her. I'm relying on any communication from Violet through Janet. Violet asked Janet to be in charge of the Phibbsville group while she's recovering. So I'm just relying on communication from Janet. And Janet will post when she finds out something. She'll let us know. But I'll tell you, if she's ill and if her husband's ill and if they're quarantined, they're not having a good time of it. They're probably both not feeling good, and I don't know. I hope this vaccine comes through fast, because I don't know about another year of this. I'm getting impatient for it to be over with. And that's all I'm going to say about that. Just take care of yourselves out there. Just take social distance if you have to go out. Stay at least 6 feet away from people, if not further. And wear a mask when it makes sense. You know, if you're going to be around a lot of people in close quarters and you can't avoid it, wear a mask. Or if it's required, wear a mask. We don't go out that much, but that doesn't mean that we can't get sick. Anybody can get sick from this. Anybody can. My brother had his regular flu shot. I still have to get mine. I was going to get mine the other day, but I asked my brother if he wanted to go along with me. I had to go to the post office and run my errands to the bank. We went out to Menards. We picked up some groceries, and I just felt like he needed to get out. He sits around the house. He likes, and I swear I'm becoming a stick in the mud. So I asked him, I said, why don't you just ride along with me, get some sunshine, get out, you know, get away from the house for a bit. And so he agreed, and he went with me. So when he did that, I didn't want him to feel like he had to sit out in the car while I got a flu shot, because I didn't know how long I was going to have to wait. So I still have to go get my flu shot. That's coming up. All right. So let's move on. And I think what I'll do while I have my paper out here is do this. I should have my gloves on, but I don't. They're in the other room. I'll be very careful. I am going to put what I think is a tablespoon of gum arabic in here, which will probably be just about a cap of this. Gum arabic. Now, gum arabic is not so much a mold resistor as it is a binder. So let's just pour a cap of this in there. And I'll stir it up in a minute here. Let's put the cap back on it. And let's put some, now the alcohol is what will prevent your mold. And I put the lid back on that. Let's use this lid. And I think this is probably more of a teaspoon than a tablespoon. Oh, and I need to be careful with things here. Of course the cap is. I bought this even before last March. I've had it around the house. And we're just getting around to opening it. I think alcohol is a little bit easier to get a hold of, but still. Let's see, I'm going to use this cap. Do this one at a time here. So I got a little bit over a cap in there, but I think that's going to be okay. And it won't ruin the color. It'll just help prevent the mold. And you don't need a whole lot. They say about a tablespoon of gum arabic and a teaspoon, they said, of alcohol in the recipe that I read. But you can use your own judgment of what you want to put in there. Whew! It's strong stuff, I'll tell you that. Now I'm going to stir it with my paintbrush here. And I'll bet you're wanting to see it here, aren't you? Let me wipe that handle off. And I thought I'd work with this morning. Now I might take some of this out and pour it into a smaller bottle that I can use for inks. But for this morning, I'm just going to leave it in this bottle. Let's put it here and just... Isn't that beautiful? Now, it'll dry a little bit lighter. But I think that if you layer it on there, you know, you can build up the darkness. Let's see if that's true. Let's put some on here and dry it and see if I can build up the darkness. It would seem to me like you can. And all this is walnut that's been boiled down, walnut hulls, and you saw me add the gum arabic and the alcohol this morning. That's all that's in there. The liquid is water, but I want to see if I can't build up the color here. If I want more than a light brown, it would make sense that I could. Now Janet wants me to do a stencil where you put down your paper. She says her directions. She sent me directions. You put down your paper. I think she said to coat it with your ink, and then put your stencil down and put down another paper and layer it like that, and then let it set overnight. And then she says as you pull it up and pull it apart, your stencil will pull the bottom layer of ink. I might try it both ways, where I put the ink on first and then the stencil, and then put the stencil down and then the ink. I have to experiment because I haven't done it. I'll have to read Janet's instructions again, which is on my messenger, which is up there. Now let's just layer this and see if I can't build up some of this color. I'll layer it right here in the middle. Now when it's wet, it's dark. Of course, anything that's wet is going to be darker. Now, let's dry this. Of course, my paper is going to warp because it's just paper, but don't burn your paper, Meri. Let's give it one more layer and see if I can. So it dries lighter. You have to be aware of that. It's just, you know, but it's still pretty. I'm just trying to build up this center layer here. And then this outer layer would be a lighter color. I love doing this. I love experimenting, and I want to research more old-time recipes for things and try them. I think that we have gotten so used to buying things retail, which probably is about the same process if they would make walnut ink. They probably make it about the same way, maybe a little more mechanized. But it's fun to learn how people did this years ago. Now, the other question I had was it waterproof? And for the most part, it is. I think I tested that the other day, but we're going to test it again here. I'm going to put some ink on here. And you can kind of layer it as you're working, because I can see where right in here was my first, kind of a first stroke. I don't want to get this too layered. But you can build up different layers and different tonal values with it. See how much darker that is as I built it up? And does it soak through? Well, as I layered this, it's starting to soak through. This part's still wet. Let's dry this off. It doesn't look like it soaks through a lot here. This is still wet here. Let's dry this. So if you have a nice, this is just copy paper. If you have a nice mixed media paper, I don't think you'd have to worry about it soaking through. Would you use it with a nib pen? I think if you have some nibs that you use especially for this, you don't want to ruin your nibs, but I don't see why you wouldn't. You have to strain this. It's been strained through a coffee filter. Boy, that's really pretty. Boy, that's pretty. I love it how it's built up there. Now, this started to soak through a little, but this is copy paper. But this part didn't. This lighter didn't. So let's wash my brush out here. I'm going to put the lid back on this before I spill it. And let's just see if I can, let's take this other brush, let's see if I can move this. Well, this moves, like the other day, it moves just a little, but not that much. Because it moved just a little when I started, but then it just kind of falls away. Let's see if the thicker will move. The thicker part moves. Where I layered it, see, that really moves a lot. So I wouldn't call it exactly waterproof, especially on a thicker layer. The thinner layers, if you just have a thin layer, like if you were drawing, it moves a teeny bit, but not as much as if you have a thick layer. This moved because you built it up. I built it up so it has ink on top. Let's dry this and see how discolored it got. So I would say, yeah, it's not completely waterproof. So if you're counting on it being completely waterproof, I would not count on that, especially if you build up a layer. Because it moved down in here. This is still wet, but you can see that it did discolor it a little here. And this is wet. Now, when a thinner layer does not discolor that much, but then you got a really light tone there. And to tell you the truth, after I dried this, it's discolored. It's not completely white, but it's really a light color. But it will move on you. A thicker layer will move on you. And it seems to wash away more here than just make a really light layer over there. That's my observation. You have to try this stuff yourself and form your own opinion. Now, I would think, I did not, and I'm really not planning to, you could add some vinegar to it, and that might make it a little more waterproof. Vinegar is a mordant. And I know in our needlework that we would buy back in the day, probably not so much now today, they probably refined their process, but there was some brands of floss, embroidery floss, that we would purchase, and it's not stable as far as the dyeing. And so the word was to take your embroidery floss and soak it in vinegar, and that would stabilize the dye in the embroidery floss. And we cared about it because if you're doing needlework, you don't want to risk somehow that getting wet. Usually when the gals that do needlework, you have oil and natural oils in your hands. And after you complete a piece of needlework, you rinse it out and wash it and press it up nice before you do whatever you do with it. Well, if your embroidery floss, if it's not color fast, if the dye moves in the washing process, you put all that work into your needlework. So the recommendation, if you bought those brands of embroidery floss that were not color fast, you would just soak it in vinegar. And I would think adding an amount of vinegar will not hurt the color. It will not hurt the color of the ink. Vinegar and alcohol and gum arabic will not hurt the color of the ink. I might take some of this out and add it into a smaller, I got these little spice jars, little 1 ounce spice jars. I might take some of that out and pour some of that and add some vinegar and see if it makes it more color fast. But I don't have that ready this morning. So that was kind of my experiment, and as I added more here, it's starting to come through this copy paper. But if you just do a 1 layer here, it does not come through as bad. Let's do another, let's do it on the back here. Let's try it through a stencil. Let me grab a stencil here. Let's try these. Let's try the birds and sponge some of it. Let's see. I don't have my gloves on. What am I going to do here? Maybe I'll use a, if I can find it here, let's use my stencil brush. Yeah. And a bit of wax paper if I can put my hands on it. Move my calendar. I'm about a week behind on doing my calendar pages. I might sit here and do them off camera just to get caught up, because a week of them gets a little boring to watch. Now I'm going to take and just a little here again. Oh, there went the cap. Over the cliff. I'll have to put this aside in a safe place. Let's get some of this out. And let's see if I can do some stenciling here. I don't know, it's pretty wet. It's wet. It's too wet to do any stenciling, as far as I might be able to brush some on. Let's wash that out. Let's take my brush and see if I can't just grab some and brush it on here. No, it's too wet. It's too wet to, a little in there maybe. You need a thin layer of it. I wouldn't bother with it on stencils. It's not going to, it does a little. This one looks good. These others aren't that great. So, we'll let that. I'm going to, well, I'll just leave this out because I'm going to draw with it. I'm going to, let's put that back. Let's try something in my, I'm going to leave this out. Let's try something in my Inktober, since this is really why I did it. These are my Inktobers for day 1, 2, 3, 4. Now 5 I was going to do Mother Teresa. And I think I'll just go and do a, which I'm experimenting on first. I'm not going to do Mother Teresa on this till I know how it looks. So let me go to Pixabay and just grab a picture, a portrait picture. Let's go to Pixabay. Hopefully it'll work for me this morning. Pixabay. Come on, Pixabay. Do your thing. And we want, and I'm going to unplug it while I'm doing this because that cord gets in the way. I have to keep it plugged in or it'll run out of juice. It's just it's not the latest model. And let's just do people. P. P-E-O-P-L-E. Search. See if I can't grab an older person. Old people. I'm going to do Walt Disney and Mother Teresa. And who was the other one? I got to get caught up to day 8. Oh, wow. Some of these are good. I've done her before, and I've done her. I've done him. It's ooh, maybe that one? Yeah. Or this one. Come on. Now, let's turn it this way. Let's draw him. Now, I think I'll draw it first with my... Boy, I would hate to spill this. I'm going to draw him first with my ink pen so I can get the structure. Let's put it like this. Okay. Now I might come in a little so you guys can see a little better. Hold on, we're going for a ride. Welcome everybody who's come in. Welcome, welcome. I'm playing with the walnut ink this morning. I'm going to sketch him first. And then I'm going to go in with my smaller brushes here with the alcohol ink. Or not alcohol, the walnut ink. And we're just going to play with the walnut ink on this. And I'm going to do this fellow. And he's cut off here. Right here is he no matter how big I make him, he's cut off right there at the neck. So I'll have to imagine what his neck looks like. He's got an interesting face. He looks like he might be an elderly American Indian, North American Indian. Just the structure of his face in here. Maybe not. But he's looking up like this. His head is maybe at a 25 or 30 degree angle looking up. And his gaze is looking out that way. So what you see when you look at this photograph, you see his whole side of his face over in here, of his head. You see his ear and all of his hair and his neck. And then his face probably covers maybe 1/4 of his head. It's kind of like a moon shape, like a crescent moon here. And then you got all the dark area of the moon over here, which is, oh, I'm calling his head, the dark area of his head. The, not dark, but the side of his head. So, I have to figure out how I want him on here. I think I'll start with his face because anything of the head that I don't get on the paper can fall off of the edge of the paper. I'm going to have a sip of tea. I went fishing this morning to get Penelope, and I dropped a tea glass over the edge last week, and I had to fish all that out, and this morning I dropped the lid to that ink. All right. So I said I was going to start with his face. It's going to be angled probably about like that. And his nose, I'm not too comfortable here. Let's move this over a little. So, at an angle. I think I'm going to start with his right eye in here. And you probably won't be able to see it until I get it in and get the ink around the edge of the face. And I always have trouble with noses. His nose will come out that way and maybe right about to there. And he's got kind of a curve on his nose. Something like that. And then you see a good portion of his nostril over here. Like that. And then you see his eyelid, but you don't see much of the eye. And then his eye itself, his eyebrow, really comes close up to this other eyebrow is in here. And his eye, if you could see his eye, is just a little portion of it in here. Just hardly see it at all, but you see all this eye socket in here. His eye is older. He's an older gentleman, and his eyebrow comes up. He's got he probably had really big bushy eyebrows when he was younger, and he's got a lot of wrinkling going on here, but I don't want to make a lot of that with my lines. I want to make the wrinkles with my brush. So, and his forehead comes at an angle here because he's looking that way, and I probably have more of his eye showing there than I want. I'm gonna see if I can't. We're gonna play with my white out. I got more black on that eye than what I want. Let's see if I can't get some of this marked out here. We'll just leave it like that for now. And then his cheek, you can barely see his cheek coming right over his nose, and then he's got an upper lip here. You don't see any of his cheek coming over on this side of the face. So even maybe that's even more cheek that I want. And his upper lip is just barely there. Like that. And again, I think I drew him down too far. I tend to draw these down too. Maybe if I get this forehead in there, though. His forehead kind of comes like, well, maybe even up a little more. Let's see. No. His lower lip and chin and his neck comes out like that. And then I have to imagine what is, because the picture cuts it off here. So I'm just going to imagine that his shirt comes something like that. And then over here, his ear comes way over here. Yeah, I think I'm a little happy with this. And his hair kind of swishes up and over like that. Now I'm going to get out my ink and let's fill in the background in here. Let's just see what happens here if I start putting some inky color in here. And this side of his face gets inked in. Now, I think I want to... He's got a high cheekbone. And his ear comes off over into here, so I need to draw his ear yet. And this is all his neck area. And let's go in here with his eye, which is too much. I need a towel. And his nose area in here. All this is shaded in here like that, and his cheek area. Now once I put that ink in, I don't think I can get too much of that off, so I might have to play with this ink a little more. I might have to play with it this is really the first time that I've used walnut ink to sketch with, or to draw, or to paint with. But I know on an older person, you can build up those layers and make his skin look older just by putting on layers of ink. And that will kind of help form the... Let's sketch in his ear. So his ear, he's got a pretty big ear. Older men get bigger ears, so I'm not going to get it all in. His ear comes probably right in there. I probably had it about right in there. And it comes this way and down into here, like that. And that's probably even too little. We can probably make his ear a little bit bigger. And of course, it's got the ear formation in there, which should probably be built up with the tonal values, but I'm kind of doing a line drawing too. And so he's got, his hair is darker up in here. I'm only going to get a part of his head on here. Let's go back to my ink now. I want to build this area up in here. Just going to let that sit on the page, and I think I'll come back and dry it. His nose is much bigger than I have it, but I'm just playing. That's what Inktober is really about. A lot of the professional artists who have done this, well, like Dee Dee, you know. But for those of us who are not professional, I would tell you not to worry about, did you get a beautiful drawing? Just play, explore your inks. That's really what Inktober is about, is drawing with ink and exploring it. So many people are afraid of ink. Like, if I make a line, it's there forever. And it is, really, but if you just take an attitude that you're going to play with it and explore what it can do, don't worry whether you have a beautiful drawing or not. Just do your best. And then, of course, his shirt is a lighter color. Now, right now, I'm using brushes. I'm not using a pen to draw with my ink, with my walnut ink. I don't really have a pen out. So I'm just going to use my brushes this morning. And he's much younger than he is in the picture because I don't have any lines in his face. And that chin needs to be worked on. Now, let's look over here. See, now of course this is black. This is done in Black Magic. This is dark Higgins ink here, but none of that is coming through to the other side, which makes me happy. Happy, happy, happy. All right, I'm going to go to my smaller paintbrush here, the two teeny ones, and I'm going to start putting some lines in his face. He needs some lines. So kind of like so. And you kind of build up some areas here where he looks older. A lot of lines going on in his face and under his eye. This part of his eye is all in shadow. And even his nose. And this part of his nose is all in shadow. And there's lines coming down. And let's fix this chin area. And he's got a definite crease in here. Definite shading going on up in here. So I'm just kind of keep building up the areas here without, I still want this area to be like I said, the crescent of a moon. This part of his face is lighter than this part, and you just kind of keep building up for the wrinkles. And this part of his face of his head is really dark in here. Now I probably could add some black to this ink and and tone it down a little that way too, but I'm going to use it as it is. We're just going to keep building this up. This area in here is totally black, so I might come in and let's get out my black and put some darker areas in there. It's always the last one that I look at. Where did I put it? Here. Some black ink. I don't want a whole lot. I'd love to know what they make this black magic ink out of to get it so dark. I'm going to take a little and put up here. And then I'm going to take some of my black walnut and put there. Come on. I have to be so careful with putting lids back on because I'm so clumsy. So I mixed a little of black ink with my walnut ink here, and that just toned it down a bit because I wanted a little darker in here. Yeah, his lip is not how I want it. His lip is definitely not how I want it in here. But there you go. Now I kind of like that. I'm getting there. It just kind of has to work at it. Now I got to do this area in here. Now I get a different brush for that. Area up in here. This whole neck area needs to be toned in a little bit more. A little darker in there. So I've mixed some of my black Higgins ink with the walnut ink to get a darker area, a darker tone in there. So this is not totally bring it. Now, let's wash this out a little more. Now I'm on a really, really, really light layer of this walnut ink. Really light. Up in here. And maybe even on his shirt a little. Because I want this part of his face to really shine. And his lip area here. Where's my other brush? Yeah. You just have to keep working with it. Keep working with what you're doing until you feel like you're done. I think I'll try that. What I should do on some of my nose drawings is just concentrate on the noses. I'm not good with noses, and I really need to work with them. It's got a lot of buildup in here. Okay, I think I'll put some ink down in here. And maybe a couple lines for the collar here. You can barely see his shirt on the picture, so I'm just kind of guessing at this area. I think I'm about, that eye bothers me, about done with it here. Maybe under his chin a little more. And here. He has a lot of wrinkling going on in here that I'm not getting yet. I've got him much younger, that he's getting older as I work with him. But I think I'm going to quit because I don't want him to be ruined. Let's dry this off. I'm not quite happy with the eyes. Most of it is my walnut ink. There is some that is, I put some black, just a dab of black walnut to bring out, to push this area into the background, and maybe some up in here. But yeah, he needs a lot of work. He needs a lot of work, but for a this is, needs to be, yeah, for a quick drawing, for a quick sketch. Really light. You see, I'm not ready to quit yet. Just keep building up the layers. I don't want to get that too dark in there. I think I better quit. So this is an experiment for day 6, I believe. No, that was experiment for day 5. And I'm going to call this hashtag Inktober 2020. And I'm going to put experiment with walnut ink. I'll have to, this is really the first time I've used walnut ink to draw with. I did mix a little bit, just a teeny drop of this Higgins Black Magic, just to give it some darker tones in here. Maybe a little bit up in there. His ear really needs to be worked with. It's not looking much like an ear, but it is what it is. His nose is much bigger. I don't have his nose big enough. The drawing itself is, it is what it is. I'm not unhappy with it. I'm not totally unhappy with it. Let's see. Reference photo from Pixabay. So I'm going to quit on it. I don't know how it... Not too bad as I look at it. His nose needs work. I think that's the most prominent thing that I see on him. But if you take this reference photo away, he's really not a bad sketch if you look at him without looking at the reference photo. So, there we go. We're going to quit playing with that. We're going to move on. But I have to put this ink over here where it will not spill. Let me put it up here. I need to put it where it will not spill until I get that lid out. Yeah, if you look at him with no reference photo, he's fine. I'll look at him next year. That's kind of how I feel about some of these. When I'm working on these sketches, let me zoom out a little now. When I'm working on these sketches, I'm looking at the reference photo and I'm going, oh, this is horrible, this is horrible. I didn't do it right. But if you look at it a year later, if you look at these a year later, these really aren't that bad. Yeah, now these I did with FW inks, acrylic ink. I got a lot of color. I love this one. She's crying. My little kitty. She must have lost her kitty. I got that from a reference photo too. My gargoyle. These FW inks really shine. They're really bright and vivid. I'll have to do some more with FW inks. These are from 2018. This is one of my favorites. And these were just pen sketches. These are children that I did. And then this year I'm more on older people. Well, adults. I like her. I even like him now. although it really didn't look like the reference photo. Had more of a round face. I made his eyes larger and his face rounder. But he's a pretty good sketch. So, interesting to draw with this ink. So I'm going to try writing with it too. So, let's put this away for now. Thought it had a band. I guess it, yeah, it does. And let's move on to something else. Let's move on. Let's look at chat first. Let me plug you guys back in. Let's look at chat. Come on. There you are. I got 30 in there. Thank you, Susan. Hi, Susan Boitard. Am I pronouncing that correctly? Welcome, Susan. Susan B. Aw, thank you, Carla. Thank you, Lala. Linda was here. She had to leave. She says, bye. I'll see you all later. Bye, Meri and ladies. Bye, Linda. Have a great day. Aw, you guys, you always encourage me. The thing of it is, I see where I need to work. I don't need anybody to tell me what I need to improve on. And I think a lot of us are that way, only I think a lot of us see where we need to work and then we give up. And say, I can't draw. The thing is, you have to see where you need to work and then you go to the next page. I'll see you on the next page. All right. Nashua says he's perfect. Aw, you guys, you encourage me. Josie says, same here, Barbara. I would love to meet every one of you in person. But thank goodness for the internet. All right. Arlene had to leave. Bye, Arlene. Josie says, my dream is to visit all of Canada by train. Oh, wouldn't that be fun? That would be fun. That's a good dream. My late husband had a very little hair on his head, but his ears and nostrils and eyebrows made up for it. Cindy says, Singapore allows small groups now. I'd be surprised if urban sketches aren't out and about again. Yes. Riri says, oh, I cannot pronounce that. Tia Chi is a fab one to watch. He has lots of urban sketching video. He lives in Singapore. COVID-19 has impacted his sketching in real life, but he has oodles of past videos. Arlene says, the only part of Canada that I've been in is just north of the Niagara Falls of New York. We hiked across the border into Canada and spent the day hiking there. Ooh, that sounds fun. Lala says, nose and ears are made up of cartilage. Cartilage is made up of collagen and other fibers that begin to break down as we age. Our noses and our earlobes sag and become larger. That is true. And I made his nose, I got his ear a little larger, but his nose I made too small. All right, they're talking about memory. They're talking about where they live. Do 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 do. Vanessa was here. Arlene had to leave. Rhonda's here. Carla was here. Let's see who's here down below. Rhonda's still with us. Carla's still here. All right, let's move on to something else. What shall I move on to? I thought that maybe what I'd play with a little today is I got that carpet tape, and let's make some washi out of some of this. I got I want to work on, I finally found the packet of things for the sewing Kaboodle for September, and I'd like to finish that little journal, but I probably won't get it stitched together. The little journal's in here. But what I want to make is some washi, fabric washi tape. So I think I'll do that next. I have this piece I've been saving out here, this. And I have some of this. I think I got this from Pearl. This is pattern, ticking with pattern pieces on it. It's a cotton fabric. It's not a real ticking. Now, it's got a staple in there. I can't get the staples out. I know right where my staple remover is. And let's remove this is a fat quarter, and I paid $3 for it, but it was worth it. Did I get that out? Yeah, it's here. I like to get those staples completely out and away from my fingers and toes. And then this is, here, let me show it to you. Let me get this off first. And put my staple remover back to where I can find it if I want it again. All right. Let's just move the walnut paper. This is pretty fabric. This was Tim Holtz Eclectic Elements, and I've never seen this fabric before, but it's got his pattern pieces on here. So I'm going to make some washi tape. I think I'll start right here. Maybe strip a couple of these pieces down. Maybe this side. Maybe I'll make this side with washi and save this side for something else. So I want 2-inch pieces off of this. And then this, I believe I got from Pearl too. I think all of these pieces came from Pearl. Pearl Brown has wonderful fabrics every now and then. She sells them at her auction. This is just the yardsticks. And I don't think this is Tim Holtz. This is just yardstick fabric. And then this piece is more sticking with the patterns printed on it. And I don't know if this is Tim Holtz. I don't think this is Tim Holtz. The first piece was Tim Holtz. So, I think probably this for the washi. So let's start with, and when I say fabric washi, what we do is take, I learned this from Rosemary Morris, bless her heart. Looks like I lost a piece in here along the way. I've got another one here someplace, but this one will do for now. Oh, there it is. It's on the floor. Double-sided carpet tape. Now, I goofed and got vinyl tape a week or so ago, and I opened one. I'm going to use vinyl tape on the paper, but this carpet tape works a lot better on the fabric. It sticks better. And I like the Duck brand. I like the Duck, D-U-C-K, Duck brand. Let me put this behind here. All right, so let's open her up. Open I can. Hi, Ada. Welcome, welcome. Isn't that fabric beautiful? It's got a cellophane wrapper on it. No, it's not being very cooperative with me. Come on, come on. No, I guess it's all off. So, 2 inches would probably be, let's open this fabric up. I'm going to cover you guys up with fabric. Sorry about that. 2 inches. I'm just going to make a snip in it. Make some snips and rip it. So right about there. I guess I should get out my ruler. I do this by hit and miss. Right about here. Make a snip and then I'll rip. Snip and rip. Now, let's get out my ruler. I'm going to move you guys. Be good out there. We got mods with wrenches. Let's move my tea off my desk. I need to finish that other bottle of ink. All right. So we marked it there to 4, 6. Can't see the mark. 6. And I think I'm going to stop at these because I don't want to ruin her. That's enough for my book. So there's one strip. Two and 3. That's enough for this. I'll have to flatten those out a little. And she's still good. I'm gonna leave her. I might cut her out and put her in. I might cut her out as, let's tear this along the fold. I might put her in as a pocket or something in that fabric. But I got this for the Rosemary's Kaboodle sewing book. There. We'll use that in pieces on the book rather than make washi. So I still have this little piece left, which has ladies on it. This is Tim Holtz. Let's put it over here for now. we're just going to kind of keep this out. Let's put these pieces to the side. And let's do the other. And I think I said here on this side. Maybe about 3 of those. And I think I'm going to make it a teensy bit larger than 2 inches because I notice it's curling up a little. So right about there, there, and there. 3 of those. 1, 2, 3. Ooh, I like that. 1, 2. The other thing I want to experiment with is stamping on my fabric, and I want to stamp on some of those pages in that little sewing book, but I need to find my sewing stamps. I was gifted some Tim Holtz little square sewings, and I think they're over on my red cart, but I have to get them out, and I haven't done that yet. I need to do that. One more, and that will be this fabric. We're going to do 3 strips of this. And this is kind of, I think I'll turn it. Oh, it looks like I already tore some, so maybe I'll do 4 of this. Tear it from this side. Let's finish tearing this. That's what I'll do. Let's finish tearing this piece. I might have 3.5 of this. 1 and maybe right here, here, and here. There. 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 Come on. Oh, harder to tear this. A little stronger fabric. 1. 2. And what I like about this, making washi out of this, there's no salvage to worry about. Am I tearing up one of the printed salvages? I can tear this pretty easy. Well, there is a salvage over here, but it's not printed. So, we got this left. Got plenty left if I want to do something else with it. You couldn't make a blouse out of it or anything, but who wants to tape measure blouse? Somebody might. Okay, so now what I want to do is make my washi tape here. I'm going to keep that out. put this over here. Get my ruler out of the way. And my, whoops. Ow. Put my white pen back so where I can find it. Put my brushes. Probably use them again tomorrow. Put my ink away, my washi tape. Okay, I think I'm good. Yeah. Just kind of press this down a little. A tape will take care of that as I put it on the tape. All right. How you guys doing out there? Let's see if we're okay. Hi, Jersey. Welcome, Jersey. I'm making fabric washi tape. So let's get out some. Oh, does this still have the cellophane on it? Come on. Right here. Yeah, it does. Just a little piece. Where's the beginning? Right here. And I want my old scissors for this. I'm going to have to turn it this way. Man. Because this tape is sticky stuff. Let me get my old scissors here. Hold on a minute. And just let that hold on to it for me. And least little bit over here. I have too much stuff out on my desk. I can't work. And my owl. And it sticks to my fingers. Let go of my fingers. Alright, I don't know if you guys can see this or not, but I'm putting it right, starting over on this end. Right there. Yeah, there's a thread hanging. And this kind of flattens out as I get it on the tape. It kind of, you can let go of that now. Flattens out, flattens itself out. But I use old scissors to cut this off with because it's really sticky stuff. It is really sticky stuff. And it can really gum up your scissors for you. You can clean the scissors, yeah. Yeah. So there we go. There's one strip of fabric washi. Now, I like to make this stuff double-sided. But this is already double-sided, but sometimes I'll cut it, and I could probably cut this in half. But I'll do that as I go, because I might want some this size. I'll have to think about that. So there's a piece of that. Let's get a piece of the other stuff out. Let's do this. Oh, thread's hanging. Kind of flatten it out a little. It tends to curl where you tear it. So it curls under a little. This I made right at 2 inches. That other I cut a little wider than 2 inches. Get some of these threads off. All right, so this is not quite as wide, and this is the back here. So I don't need quite as much. I think one is a fat quarter and the other one was a half yard. That tape measure was a half yard. I've kind of put my scissors there to hold it while I put this on. Wants to curl there. Come on. And I'm leaving just a teeny bit of fabric on there. And the next piece it'll give me a little tear away on the next piece. There we go. Oh, that's going to be fun washi tape. This I might split in half. This needs a stamp or something on it. Right in there. How about putting my owl stamp there? Oh, why not? It doesn't fit, but it's fun. Let's stamp my owl on it for the fun of it. It's too blank in there for me, and my owl's right here. So this would be a fun way to make some washi. I'll have to get out my stamps. I got some ink underneath my fingernail there. Aww. I'll have to get out my stamps and maybe just do some cotton and stamp on them. Make some stamped washi. Fabric washi. I'm going to put him up here. There, two owls on there. That was fun. So there's that piece. Now let's do some of this ticking. I cut this a little wider, so I have room on the edges. Kind of get some of those curls out of there if I can. This is going on pretty nice. Except for right there. Maybe well, no, let's cut it. So I've got 3 pieces. I'll do the rest another time. I'm not going to bore you with doing 20 pieces of fabric. Let's get out the journal and look at it. But before I do that, let's look at chat. Let's look at chat and see what's going on in chat. Hi, Shelley. Good morning. Hi, Carol. Whispering Cauldron is Carol. Shelley's Brookview. Jersey's here. Rhonda says, Carol, pray your dog is doing well. Ann Laura's here. Hi, Ann. Good morning, Ann. Hi, Suze. Good morning, Suze. Suze is here. Lala Gamma said she's going to go lurk and rest her vertical. Oh. You're welcome. Thank you, Lala, for popping in and chatting with us. Candy is here. They're saying good morning. Nash, I'm going to send you a PM, Jersey said. Susan says, I immediately think Bon Jovi anytime New Jersey comes up. Bon Jovi. Nashwa says, good morning, Jersey. Jersey says, I love making fabric washi, but I usually do little scrap. I want to try a Meri style with strips. Yeah, I use too much of it to make little scraps. Rosemary will do hers a strip at a time, or I've seen her do it. She does it different ways, but I've seen her just make little 2-inch strips. And you can do it both ways, but I use too much to... I guess I get too greedy with it. I use it a lot. All right, let's see. What else are we talking about? Meri, I have a fat quarter of the first piece you showed with the pink. Oh, that was this. This is pretty. This is Tim Holtz. Did you get it from Pearl? And she was selling. I bought mine from Pearl. I used half of it, but I'm going to save the other half. Maybe I'll put this in my sewing journal too. We'll see. You want to hoard it. You want to hoard it, but, you know, hoard it in your journal. Hoard it in the journal. All right. Carpet tape was so sticky that sticky, and I had to put them in a Ziploc bag. Not all carpet tape is the same. I prefer the Duck brand. Because if I have to, while I'm putting this down, if I have to readjust it, it's readjustable until you get it all on there and like that. Some of that carpet tape, the home brand of well, I don't know if it's the home brand. I got a cheaper brand, and you try to adjust it and it's all gummy. It might work better on paper than it does on fabric. I still have it here someplace. I might use it up. But I didn't like the look-alike. I like duct tape. Asa is here. She says, hello, everyone. Rainy day in Sweden. So I picked a pen and sat down and do some drawing. All right. Linda had to leave. Lala says, I have subbies and I never did anything. All right, we're back to the Canadian train trip. Was Lynn here? Let's see, Sue says, Meri, Rosemary loves the icky sticky carpet tape. Really? Ew, I don't like it. I have to readjust. I prefer the Duck brand. You know, and it's about the same price. The icky sticky stuff might be a little bit cheaper, but I might try the icky sticky. That's what I'm going to call it from now on, Suze. The icky sticky stuff might work better on paper than fabric. Hi, Lynn J. She says, good morning, Meri and all. I'm making my way into work. All right, I think I've covered everybody. Welcome everybody who's come in. Let's get out the fabric book itself and kind of see where I'm at on it. I have these. I don't know. These might make a nice page. Rhonda said, don't cut the butterfly. I might make another page out of this in my fabric book. It's pretty thick, but that fabric book is growing, growing, and growing. Let's get it out. Let's get it out and see what I have here. I haven't looked at it for a while. I need to start binding it together so that I can actually work in it. Now I have some of this. Now I dyed this with that weaker brand of, look, I was going to tear it into strips. I got it into 2-inch strips here. I think I'm going to re-dye this in that stronger brand of blue PT butterfly. So I think I'll save this out. But here is my, let's pull this way. Here's my book that's growing and growing and growing. That doesn't go in there. All right, do I have it backwards? No, it goes like this. Yeah. I have to start binding this together. Oh, let's start here. It goes like that. This is the first outer side here. And then this one. I guess it goes this way. Is that right? No, that's upside down. So this goes up in the corner here. All right. I have to start binding this. I keep readjusting it. And if I finally get it bound, then I can start working in it. But see, I want this lace to leave a little border of the toile. Let's fold this in half. So the book itself will be this wide, but it will grow fatter and shorter as I add more pieces. And I think I want this a little bit more on the back than on the front, like that. Because I want some of that toile to show behind. And I will not tack this down. It'll be bound here, but I want this to be able to flip open so you can see underneath of there. So those are I'm calling this lace a page, and I'm calling this a page. So those are the first two. Then I do a wraparound page out of this hanky, and I haven't quite decided yet whether I want to cut this in half, because I could either put it this way and make pockets, because it's a half of a hanky here, or I could just leave it in half and make this half another page. Right now I'm thinking pockets, but I want it to be a wraparound. I want it to wrap around, so I don't think I can. I'm going to have to stitch it in there, but I lose my, see, I'm going to have to mark where my center is here. Maybe I'll put a basting thread in there, but right in there is my center. So if I put that right there, maybe just a little out, right in there is my center. And then this part will wrap around. I like the wraparounds on my journals. And then I come with the rest of these. And let me get them out here because they're very convoluted. I come with this one next. And this actually goes across. See, I'm going to have to do some hand stitching on this, because there's a ribbon there, and there's a little, these came from Rosemary in her kit. This is Rosemary's Kaboodle kit. But I've already lost where my center is here. Someplace up in there. But we'll just put it there. That's a little piece. Then we come with this longer piece, and it's really longer. And I made a pocket by folding this up this way. And I want to stitch there and there. And there'll be a pocket in here. And this has to come out enough to where the center comes there. I'll have to figure that out. And I've got some pieces here that are just pieces. Let's see. That's just a piece. Then I come with this piece, which I've already tacked stuff down on. I'm going to bring it out in there. And I've already I've tacked on with double-sided tape because I'm going to stitch. But this is just tacked on. So I've started embellishing some of these pages, but I don't want to go too much further. I guess my next step in here is to start binding my journal, marking it and binding it so I can actually get in here and work on it. I'm slow on this stuff. So there's my next page, and I think next comes this page, or let's see what I have here. I'm missing one. Let's see what I have. I have this foldy one. I have this folding one, comes this way. And here again, it'll be stitched. It'll be stitched right here. It won't be double this way. But I want this one to flip open to the top, like that. And I feel like I'm missing one in here. What I did here. Because I want this to kind of match what I did on here, so I'm missing a page. And this is more embellishing. I think I did this. Did I do this? And put it under. I'll have to figure out how I had this. I know I have, oh, I'll bet I have this one. This one in there. Maybe I had it this way. But I know when I had this coming down, flipping down, I have to put that down. This will flip down this way. I want this sort of to match what's going on here. But I think I had another page in there. Was it this? No, I had this too. I feel like I'm missing a page. I might have to put another page in there. Maybe that, because I have these little pieces and I'm wanting them to match these kind of all here like that. So I feel like I need something to put these on. I'm going to put them up here for now. I had it all sorted out. This page I'm going to print on. I want to stamp on this because it's really fine, a fine weave. So I want to stamp over here. We're going to put that in like that. You can see how thick it's getting. So I have to be sure to pull these out to the edge because I need to fold this. And this one I might have to cut. As much as I don't want to, I might have to cut that. And then I have this page. Now, I have some little pieces here that I'm going to use for embellishment. And I have this. I'm not sure what, I may not use this in there. I'm not sure where I got this, if Rosemary sent this or if it came from someplace else. So, I also have this. But now let's fold this in half. If I fold this in half, I'm going to have to pull that out, clear to the edge. So these pages on the back will be shorter, some of them. And fold it in half like that. And let's flip that page down. It'll be easier once I get it bound. Now, bring that way out to the edge. Bring that down. Fold this in half like this. My Kaboodle book will look something like that. And then this piece here will will wrap around like that. And it'll be a wrap around. So the Kaboodle book, when it's closed, will look something like that. But it'll be all embellished. So the question is, can I put, let's get these all out again. Can I make a couple more pages out of this? And would it ruin it? This is almost too big, too wide. I might save this for the other fabric book I'm doing, which is 8-inch squares. And if I cut this, almost makes it, doesn't it? See, I could, here, let's see what this looks like. That could be a little piece, a little page in there. I could cut right there and make a little page. That would give me one more page. But I need, well, if I put that, I could put these. I kind of like that idea because I wanted these in there. So I think I will cut it right there and make this a page and call that all my pages. And these are all embellishment. Well, except for maybe this. I might make a flip page out of this too. Cut that down. This is linen. I don't know. I might save this out and do needlework on it. I don't know. We'll decide later. Let's cut this. Yeah, I started tacking that down. So I want to cut right here. Right there. And I'll save these squares, my little Holly Hobby and my butterfly for my, I got another fabric book that I'm doing that's 8-inch squares. I got one page done in it. But this will be saved for it. And this piece can be used right here. I'm gonna cut this right here. Yes, I am. And it seems a shame to cut it. But the thing of it is, it would probably sit in somebody's box or bottom drawer, and this way you can use it and enjoy it in my journal. That's my attitude with some of these. And I think this was a part of a quilt. So I'll use this in my 8-inch square journal. This will probably make a nice page. Either this way or this way. We'll see. We'll fold that up and keep that out for another time. And this will go in here. I like that idea. And then I'll put, oh, my brother's up. I'll put these that I like so well, these golden pieces, on here. And I might just make them a flip. A fabric flip. I was watching, who was I watching? Keisha's auction, I think. It was either Keisha or Mabel's auction. And they were selling fabric flips. They had beautiful fabric and it was just made as a flip. Like that. And I thought, how cool is that? So these will probably become fabric flips. I got another piece here. Where is it? Here. We can put that over this way and keep that as a flip too, or maybe that way. Let it flip that way. Let's turn this around like that. Put this over. No, I guess it's gonna have to go like that. And let this come over this way a little. It might come up a little like that. We'll see. So that's the plan. And then these other pieces here are embellishments. So I think right now I am ready to, I won't do it this morning here, but I think my next step in this fabric journal is to bind it. And I might bind it, I might bind it with this. I wonder if I can cut this in half. What would it look like? It's really too wide, but I love the color. Ooh, let's snip off a piece and see. Let's see if I can, what it looks like if it shreds, if I cut it, a section of this in half. I got plenty of it. This would look pretty as binding. Or maybe even twist it. Let's get it out here and see what I can do with it. It's twisted already. It's silky. I love what this walnut ink did to it. It made it a pretty color. Now, if I use it as binding, I could twist it as I bind. Maybe twist it with a thread. Oh, I kind of like that. Rather than cut it. Just take a thread here and tie it on and twist it as I go. I mean, make it twisted. Twist it like that so that thread holds it twisty. How much would I need? Let's see. I might stitch it before I might just put some tacking stitches in here. I could take those out later. Oh, it's got a piece of tape on it there. But see, then after I bound it, I could have these hang down as, I could have a tassel. I could have an awful pretty tassel. And put some charms on it. Oh, yeah. I'm thinking. I had an old bracelet, a charm bracelet that I got one of the needlecraft shows in the 70s or 80s, 90s. I had a thimble and a scissors and a tape measure, and I still have those charms. Those would look nice on here. I love that idea, and I've got enough to bind it. One, two. I'd probably need maybe this much to do a simple, maybe not even that much to do a simple binding. I would probably only do 2. Maybe, no, I think I need to do 3. I think what I'll do, as much as I hate to, pull this. Let's pull that out for now. I think I'm going to have to refold this like that, because I want to tack that in. Maybe I could tack it and then fold it. I might have to rethink this page. I feel like tacking this down right now, just tacking it so that I could bind it. Let's do that. I can always take it out. Let's tack it with the black thread. And when I say tack it, I mean temporary. I mean temporary. This is my curved needle. Now I have to figure out where the half is. I have to figure out where the center is here. So let's get my ruler and measure. And measure this from 1 to about 10, so 5 inches in, and it's right there. So 5 inches in would be right here. So right in here would be my center. Let's leave that there. Let's thread my needle. I want to get this done because October, this is the 8th, and October is the Indian one, the Native American Indian, and I bought that Kaboodle kit. And next month, I think she's doing I missed her stream last night. Well, no, this is Wednesday. She might, I don't know if she's going to stream tonight. Sometimes she streams on Wednesday nights. No, today's Thursday. I'm sorry. Today is Thursday, so I missed her stream last night. Yeah, I watched the debate. We aren't going to talk about it, but I did watch it. That's where I was last night. I actually enjoyed watching the debate last night. I will say that. All right. So right about 5 inches. See, I have this blue piece here. So I'm kind of putting it with the edge. 5 inches is right about in there. So I'm just going to do some tacking. I'm just going to tack. See if I can put my needle through it. Can I? Let's clip it. Meri thinks she knows what she's doing. I can't clip that. Let's clip it here. Right there. Let's get my ruler out of the way. And I'm just gonna go down. Yes, it's going in. Come on. Come on. I might have to flip it up. It's almost through. There we go. And this is temporary. I'm just tacking it to hold it. I'm just tacking it to hold it. Now, I think I'll go right back through it again. Here. I can snip this out. See if I can get back in the same place. Let's see if it goes through to the same place. Probably be way off. Penelope, where are you? I'm here. I'm here. Don't knock me over the cliff. I need a pen. Or even another needle to guide my path through here. Let's see. Yeah, look, I think I'm way off. I'm a ½ inch off there. But this is just tacking. This is just tacking. I find that very interesting. I'm not a ½ inch off here, though. How does that work? Let's go through this way and see how. Obviously, this didn't hold it all. I thought I had it all in there. I'm going to have to remake this piece here so it'll flip in nice. But for right now, I'm just going to pin it so I can tack this stuff down. Yeah, I do things by, but in a way this is kind of getting it done. This is not the binding process. This is just getting it held together enough so that I can bind it. Ouchie. All right. Now let's put this clip back on. Here. There. Do I need to put another pin? I should tack this down too, but I'm just going to pin it down so that I can work with it. All right. So let's go back to, I was going to put this pin needle in here to help guide me. Where's that going to come through at? Did that slant? Is that at 5 inches? No, 5 inches is, well, almost. It needs to come over that way. Like I said, this is tacking it down. I need something hard under there. It's a little off, but that's okay. Boy, that's really in there too. I guess that's the way it's going to be. I'm just going to tie a knot here. I just want these pieces to be held together while I'm going to work on it. Does Meri know what she's doing? Sort of. Let's snip this. All right. Let's see if I can't go through maybe one at a time here, because I'm going through several thicknesses. And of course, you see I'm working with a curved needle. Let's take this curved. No, I've already got it. I've already got it doubled. I do the best I can. This is temporary. This is temporary tacking. Temporary tacking, Meri says. Let's go clear over here. Well, let's see if I can come up just about the same spot. No, I'm way off. I find that very interesting. My needle slants that much. This is temporary. Don't feel like I'm making a mess. I'm just I pinned it together there. Doggone it. Where's that pin? Pulled the head off of the pin. Ish. Get a pin and pull the heads off of them. That's how well they're made. Let's throw that away. Ouch. All right. I've done that one. Go through there. Go through that. I'm ready for this one. Whoops. Well, I went through it, so it's going to be in it for now. I didn't take that little piece of paper out. I'm going to stitch right through it. I'll leave it in there, I guess, because it's in there. Meri's talking to herself. I know you guys are saying 10 million different other ways I can do this, but I'm doing it my way. Now, it should be fairly even, and it is fairly even. Put it right there. All right, this stitch is here, that one's there. It could come over just a little, but like I said, it's temporary. It's just enough to hold these together until I can bind it good. So let's go down. through, through. There. This is not the binding. This is temporary holding onto it until I can get it bound. Temporary. Remember that word. Let's grab a hold of this. And we're going to tie this off. I can snip that out pretty easy. And we'll see what I have after I get this done. All right, let's snip. Ha! All right. Put my pliers away. My ruler away. My scissors. I cut 3 pair of scissors out. Let's put them away. This is how I play. What time is it? What time is it? 7:30. Let's see what you guys are saying. Hi, Janet. Good morning. Good morning, Janet. Santa's here. Hi, Santa. Hi, Kimberly. I don't know what Lavina is. She says, I'm doing Lavina on Saturday. Anne says she's thinking about getting out of bed. Kimberly says she's laughing at myself for thanking you for me inviting myself over for cookies. She must be talking to somebody who's baking cookies. Carol's here. Pumpkin cookies. Rhonda. And coffee. Kimberly, what did you get me? She said, I'm back from the grocery store and put away. Well, you went early. You went grocery shopping early. Kimberly says, good morning. Sue says, beautiful, rich walnut color. I made a cloth-covered book, which came out pretty cool, Anne says. Nashua says, good morning to Anne. Jersey says, good morning, everyone. That she missed. Joy says, Mary, you need to know you are loved. Aw, thank you. Let's see. The golden years are not golden. Candy says the golden years are not golden. And Anne said they are more like rust. They're more rusty than golden. That's cute. You know, rust can be beautiful. All right. All right, you're mostly saying good morning to everybody. We're back to where Lynn's making her way into work. All right, Penelope, you're going up here. Let's take this clip off and see what I have. Let's see what I have. Let's take some more of these pins out now. They were just temporary holding. Temporary holding here. That's what I want. I wanted more lace on the back than the front, and I got that. Alrighty. That is pretty much where I'm going with this. I'm going to bind this. This is just temporary. I'm going to bind it with this. I think that'll be beautiful. And I've got plenty of it to work with. So, let's flip the pages and see what I have here. I've got this I'm going to leave flap, that because I want to be able to see this underneath. I might put something along the edges here. So it flips that way. I got that caught in there like I want pretty much. Pretty much. We might have to work with this a little bit more to get it to open properly. So that page is pretty much what I want. I might stitch. I don't know if I want to though. I was thinking about making a pocket here. Folding this under, this part under, like this. I might still do that and tack it down right there. And this will be a pocket. And this is a page, and this is a pocket. Now, I stitched that on with my temper, and I think I'll just leave that. I think I'll just leave, that's a ATC. And it was pretty on the back, but it's just a quilty pretty. So I think I'll just leave it in there just like that. I might straighten the page out a little. And this will be a pocket here. And then I believe there's another pocket up in here that I can put maybe a tape measure or a ruler or something in there. And this got stitched down. So I think I'll leave that, maybe put something. This is all tacked on here with double-sided tape. Nothing on here is permanent. I like that page. Now this is the page where I have this top, and I pinned that down. I have that top flap. That's pinned down too. Take the pins out. I have this top flap. I'm going to have to rework that. I just have it folded wrong in here. See, I'm going to have to rework this somehow. I'll figure it out later. But there are pages in here. So we saw that one, and this one comes this way, and it flips open. And then there's this page, and this page. This is just tacked down. This page, I'm liking it. This page, which is just tacked down with tape too here. I think I'll put a pin. Let's put a pin right in here. Maybe that'll help hold that down. And then this is the center. And then we go back this way. And the pages get a little shorter over on this side, which is really kind of okay with me. That needs to be adjusted. And this page, and this page, and this page is longer. So I'm okay with that, like that. And this, and I'm going to have to adjust that, like that. And that's just a little flip. And here's my wraparound. The wraparound will probably be stitched. I can make a pocket. I can actually make a tri-pocket. Stitch it right down here. Right down there. So I'll have a pocket in here and a pocket in there. Double pocket. And that will be the wraparound. Let's flip this back in. I'm insisting on this being a top flip. like this. The wraparound will come around like that. Like that. I think I'm happy with it. I think I'm happy with it. So my next step will actually be to bind it so that I can start working on the pages. And I'm going to bind it with this. So what I'm thinking on this is going to be pretty hard to bind with. Unless I twist it. I think I'm going to twist it. And it'll kind of untwist as I'm working. So, I don't think that I'm going to bind it here this morning because I might have to fight with it. So, I'll figure out what I want to do here. Do I want all of this or do I want to cut it off and bind it? And then attach a tassel. And the tassel is going to be my same tassel hanging off the edge here. I'm not going to make a separate tassel because this is not a journal that you work in. This is a fabric journal that my brother sneezing and blowing his nose in there. Worse than the cricket. Worse than the darn cricket. Oh, crickets and sneezes and blowing noses. All right, this is a fabric journal that you're going to look at. This isn't going to be anything you're going to work in after it's done. Meri gets a little upset every now and then. So I'm going to do that next. And then after I get it bound, I'm going to come in and start stitching some of my pages, like making pockets and such. And mine's going to be all hand stitched. I don't want mine to be glued. I just don't want to do hot glue in a fabric journal. I can hand stitch. It may not be the most beautiful hand stitching, but it'll still be hand stitched. Let's wrap this around like this for now. And then I've got all the embellishing to do. Yeah, Meri's playing. Oh, we don't want that so tight. This is the back of the journal. This is that cream ribbon that's been dyed with the walnut ink. And I really like how it came out. It came out a really pretty silky color with some dark spots in there. I'm just going to wrap it around here. And we're going to move on to something else. Oh, I found Cheryl's envelope. Yay. I didn't leave it at Walgreens after all. I'm so happy I found it because I can get those things ready to mail. Oops, got a knot. I'm just doing this to hold it while I put it all back. This isn't how it's going to be. This is just temporary. This is just temporary. Needs to be a little looser. There. Tuck that in there. So, this is all embellishment stuff, and let me reach over here. This is all embellishment. So let's put this in here. Of course, I won't get all of that. And I got another bag for this somewhere. And this is embellishment pattern paper. Let's fold this. I guess I can put that book in here. Kaboodle kit. For the next, oh, don't forget, I have the washi tape that I made. 1, 2, where's the other strip? Did it fall? Of course it fell. Of course it fell. Just to irritate me. Can I reach it? Almost. Let's get my ruler out. Honestly. Where did it go? I want to put it in. I want to keep this stuff together. So I'll have it. Look, I stamped an owl on it. Wash it in here. Of course, it's no longer gonna stick together, so I'm gonna take it. I'll get it done one of these days. All right, let's put it aside though. I have these that I need to put tape on, but not this morning. Let's fold these up. These are fun. Fun, fun, fun. There we go. We'll put those over in here. All right, what am I going to work on? Well, I have this little book. I made this book this week. And I put a page in here. What do I want to do on this? Let's look at chat. Let's see what's going on. I feel like I'm ignoring you guys. Flip. No, we're back to where Joyce is saying good morning. Rip Van Hallen. Janet says coffee. Kilburns is here. Hi, Kilburns. I think which is Christine. Kimberly says her pup wants a walk. Oh, we're where Janet came in. So you guys are here, but you're not. Oh, Juanita. Thank you, Juanita. Thank you. Thank you, thank you. Where's my... Is it in here? Let's see. I think I've been writing down. Is it on this page? in this section? Of course not. This is good for me anyway to get this stuff out. Juanita sent me a super chat. Thank you so much, Juanita. That's so sweet of you. I've been writing down the super chats. I got a couple more. Terry gave me one, Terry Cleveland, and somebody else gave me one the other day. I've got it written on my other book. Terry Cleveland and Juanita. And there's somebody else. Now I sent Candy, oh, Candy did. Candy sent me another one. Candy sent me another one the other day. So I have Candy and Riri. Oh, you gave me another one on the 9th, Juanita. So you'll get two. That's what I should work on is draw an October animal. Maybe I'll do a fox, but not him. Let's do an October animal instead of this. That's what I need to get done. And I asked Dee Dee in Dee Dee's stream the other morning. I did watch Dee Dee yesterday. Oh, and I need to make a zine for Dee Dee. We'll do that tomorrow morning. No, tomorrow morning is Friday, isn't it? Tomorrow morning is the hop. So I can't do it tomorrow morning. I need to make a zine for Dee Dee by November 1st. Let's put this back in here. We're going to do a fox. We're going to do a fox. For the animal, for the October animal. Let's do that. Let's draw a fox for our October animal. I'm looking for paper. It's always hidden. Yeah. Hold the phone. Let's do it in here. The hummingbird I did on an envelope, but I don't want to do them all on envelopes. Let's do a fox. Let's just do them right in here. And I might do the rest of my animals in here. This is a watercolor pad, Canson watercolor, 9x12. And I've been tearing out of this. Let's take these out. And I might just make this my... Right now I'm doing animals. I did a hummingbird. And I found Cheryl's hummingbird. I'm so happy I found the hummingbird. All right. Hold the phone. Get a pen out here. Tape. Pen. You don't want to see behind me. You don't want to see behind me. We're going to do a fox, and I'll probably paint him. Let's get Penelope out of the way. Get a sip of tea. Oh. All right. Hi, Tina. Larry goes in a week.
Scott, oh, there's Aunt Beck. Hi, Aunt Beck. Scott had his blood work this morning, so I feel guilty about my coffee as he can't have any. Oh, well, maybe after he has his blood work done, you can take him out to Starbucks or something.
Before I do that, Fox, let's do this, because I did not put gum arabic in this one yet. This is probably, I would say, about a quart of that walnut ink. And Janet, if you're watching, you're gonna have to go back to the beginning of my stream where I played with the walnut ink. So I'm gonna put maybe a cap and a half of gum arabic in here. If I can get it open. This is Winsor Newton gum arabic. I got another bottle coming because I'll probably use all of this in my inks. So there's a cap and maybe about a half of gum arabic. You don't need a whole lot, but you do need some. And that acts as a binder. And then we're going to put alcohol in there to help keep it from molding. And I use this cap for maybe I'll put a couple caps of alcohol in there. A cap like this, about an ounce, maybe a little, about 3/4 of an ounce. 1, 2, maybe I'll put one more in there. 3. That doesn't go on there. This one does. About 1.5 ounces of alcohol and maybe 1.5 ounces of gum arabic is what I put in there. I'm just guessing. And I'm going to kind of stir it up a little. And let's just swish some on again for those of you who are just come in. Let's get a piece of paper up here. And let's not knock this lid off. That's just wet from my tabletop. So there it is. That's the walnut ink. Now it dries lighter, and what I was doing this morning was showing where, let's just swish this out, where you could build up layers and make it darker if you want, because it dries lighter. And I don't have my gloves on, or I try to sponge some through a stencil. I tried my brush through a stencil, but it didn't come out very good. But now what I was showing this morning was you can build up the darkness by just adding more layers to it. You can build it up and make it darker and dry it between each layer. And I did my day 5 sketch. Wherever I put him, over here. Oh, there's my other bag. I did my day 5 sketch for Inktober with walnut ink right here. Most of it is walnut ink. I put some black magic, kind of darkened. I mixed my black magic with some walnut to get a darker tone in there. But most of this other is walnut ink. I'd sketched him with my pen first, my little pen. Now, if I look at him like this, I like him. But if I compare him to the photo, I don't like him. So I'll just look at him like this. So that's day 5, playing with walnut. First sketch I actually did with walnut ink, so I'm sure I have a lot to learn about it. Let's build some more layer up here. I like it, I prefer it a little darker, but you can play with it, you know? You don't have to, this is just experimenting. And you can make it really light tone. And I haven't played with it with a pen yet. I've only played with it with the brush. And then I was showing how when it's lighter, it doesn't move as much. And it moves somewhat when it's darker. Let's get another layer here. I should dry that off between layers. I mean, walnut ink is black. I mean, brown. Not black, it's brown. And I could probably cook this down a little bit more and make it thicker. I didn't let it, I might, what I got in the pan now, I might let it really cook down and see if I can't get a thicker ink. This is pretty juicy ink. I might just let that other just cook way down and get it a little bit thicker than what I have it. But see how I built up those layers there? Compared to this, let's do some gradation here. I wouldn't say that it's has a lot of gradation on its own, but you can build up a gradation. You can get different tonal values. No, not working fast enough to pick that up, I don't think. And then let's get a mid-tone value in there. Yeah, let's try that. I think on its own, it doesn't have a gradation property to it. I think you have to build up the darkness and then add a layer to get a mid-tone and really light for just one layer. That's just my opinion. Not like watercolor. Most watercolor has a gradient value to it to where you can put it down, and as you swoop it down, it goes from dark to light. Let's try that. I mean, I'm just experimenting. I'm as new to this as anybody else. But also, it does not, now this is wet on the back, it does not come through. I like that. It does not stain on the back. Except for this is wet. This will dry off. Where I built up the colors, it starts to stain a little in here. Where I built up on this side, just get a little dark in there. But if I take my brush, see, go like that, it has a little gradient to it, but not a whole lot of gradation in it. More where it's thicker, you see it being darker, but a thin layer will be lighter. I wouldn't say it has great gradation properties to it. It has some, more where it's layered. As far as what I made. but it's fun to work with. It's fun to experiment with it. So I went from dark to mid to light there. We'll keep that, put it in my journal. Where did I put my lid? I knocked my other lid. I had another jar, smaller jar of this that I was using this morning. I knocked the lid off on the floor. So I got to dig it out. All right. So now I want to do the fox. We're going to draw a fox for our October. And I was saying that I talked to Dee Dee, but Janet Young answered me. Dee Dee was busy explaining her zine. I wanted to know how she got her prints, because I only have Walgreens. And they're just glossy prints, and I'm not happy with them. And I think I'm going to, Janet said that to use Office Supply. Well, we don't have Office Supply. We have an Office Max, and I don't know if they do printing, and I don't know the quality of it. I'll have to see. Staples or Office Max, I think, is what Dee Dee uses. I'm going to see if I can send it in over the internet. And I want to do some nice prints like Dee Dee does. Dee Dee does it. Meri's going to follow. You know, Meri's going to copy if Dee Dee does it. Let's look at chat. Hi, Dar. Good morning, Dar. Hi, Janice Glines. Welcome, welcome. Janice says, brown slightly in a pan to give off enough flavor for a cream gravy to be made with it. Serve biscuits on biscuits and toast. Yum. Chipped beef. We're talking about chipped beef, not walnut ink. Meri, FedEx stores do printing. I wonder if we got a FedEx that prints around here. Now, one of our copy stores, one of our office supply stores locally used to do printing. But now I think they only do commercial because they closed down their office supply stuff. I'll have to call them and see if they do printing. I think they closed it all down though. But if I say that I'm doing art prints to send out, such as a printer's, I might have to go to a local printer. But I don't want to pay those kind of prices. They would want to do 500 or 600 of them, and I want to do them every month. I only want max of 15 or 20. So I'm going to have to look around this area and see what's available. I might just be able to take it to the library and get a decent print off of the copy machine. They do pretty good prints. But I'd rather have a nice ink print. FedEx stores. Joyce says, Cheshire, do not touch my feet with no toe ring. We're talking about dried beef. Now I'm hungry, Janet says. If Becky makes it, it must be good. She just read what Becky's serving for breakfast. How do I get there? Dar said she wore an ankle bracelet. Oh, she wore an ankle bracelet. Still have one, but never wear it. Who wore an ankle bracelet? Joyce said. Kimberly says, they cut our corn yesterday, and I just picked up enough to make a pretty arrangement. Ooh! We cleaned out our garden yesterday, and I saved some. Our sweet corn did not do well. We didn't eat any of it. It just, the wind got a hold of it and blew some of the stalks over and everything, but the ears only got about 6 inches long. And, but they have pretty husks on them. So, I saved about, maybe about 10 to 15 of them. I thought I'd make some corn husk dolls. But it looks like Kimberly went out and got some to make an arrangement. That sounds pretty, Kimberly. Dar says, good morning. She Spins gave me a super chat. Thank you, She Spins, Juanita.
Aunt Beck says, I'm going to make chipped beef on toast and scrambled eggs this morning when he gets back from getting his, Scott's having some blood work done. Tina's here. Good morning, Tina. Scott is going on his own. Free will. Tina says good morning to Janet. Good morning to Becky. We're back up to where Becky came in. All right. That stupid menu. Becky, like roast beef? Aunt Beck said, make a basic white sauce and then chop up the beef into small chip squares and then add it to the sauce. We're talking about cream dried beef, I think. Oh, Tina says she has cornhusk dolls that she's collected. Ooh, cool. There's Artsy Nancy. Hi, Nancy. Artsy Nancy. My mom used to serve chipped beef on baked potatoes. Ooh, that sounds yummy. Ooh, yummy. All right, you guys are making me hungry. I'm going to have a bagel. I ran out of bagels, but we went to the store the other day and I got some. All right, we want a fox, though. We want a fox. I'm going to have to get this out again. Let's go get a fox. We're going to do a fox for my printing project for people who have given me super chats. Just like Dee Dee does. It'll be a thank you. I might send some out to Happy Mail people too as a thank you. All right, Pixabay. Pixabay. That's where I've been getting my foxes. Pixabay. Come on, Pixabay. Where are you going here? Come on. There you are. But he always flips sideways. Fox. Yeah, Samsung is annoying me. F-O-X. Search. No images found of a F0X. Of course there's no F0X. F-O-X. Spell it right, Abrams. Search. There we go. Ooh, I like this one. Right here. Quit, Samsung. Leave me alone. I like this one because of his long tail. I also like this one's nice. I don't know if I can go back. No. He does that to me every now and then. Pixabay will turn me off. Must be my tablet. Pixabay keeps stopping. Close the app. Samsung does all this nonsense. F-O-X. Once I find one, I'll download it. Find one that I want. And I think I'll do the full body. There are a couple little ones. I don't know if I want to do 3 of them, though. Yeah, he keeps bugging me. Go away. He wants me to sign in to something or other, and I haven't looked at it yet, so I don't want to just sign in on the fly. Honestly, I think I like that first one that I saw. Let's go get him. I'm not going to fiddle around with this too much. Not him. Go back. This one. I think I like that one. Got his long tail and his sharp nose. Let's download him. I think I have to sign in to give him a like. No, I don't want to log in. Let's download him.
And this is by Alainaudt is the photographer. Alainaud as in dog, E-T. All right. I said that so that if I want to get it later, I have it verbalized. So let's get out of Pixabay because he keeps shutting off on me. And we'll open up it in my gallery right here. Alrighty. Yeah, I don't like that strip. I need to learn how to get rid of that. And I think I want to do the full, come on. Yeah. I think I want to do the full figure, so let's do this. Let's edit. I don't need all that snow. I'm going to do part of him like that. And how is the lighting? Let's rotate him one. Whoops, let's do golden original. Now let's rotate him one. Because I'm going to go like that. And, oops. Let's bring this up a little. Like that. About like that. And save. All right. I don't like that. There. All right. I'm gonna, whoops. What did I do here? That isn't how I want it. Let's put it like this then. Yeah, he needs to be rotated. One more. That's how I had him. Right? Oops, to save. I miss things here. Where's the save on him? It's up here. All right. Stop it. Where's my save? There. There. Well, that's as good as it's gonna get. Meri's talking to herself. Wouldn't you know it? A heat gun to hold him up here. I need to get that stand out. I bought a stand. I don't know what I did with it. It's here someplace. There. I need to get it out. I bought a stand. Alrighty. Let's hope it stays. I'm going to sketch this fox. Not with that, with this. All right. So, how big do I want him? I want him pretty big. I want his full body. So his tail. Let's put it this way. There. Bring that back a little. Up a little. So I want his tail to show. So if I put his derriere in here, right in there, and the forefront there, and his head up in here. All right about here, and then the tail, beautiful furry tail, coming like that, and then his back end is here, and I'm just kind of doing this light, and in here. And this will all get painted, so all of these kind of lines that I'm putting on here will get covered up. And then his shoulder comes right in here. Right in there with his shoulder. And it kind of comes up, and he's kind of balancing himself like this. Like that. And this leg kind of, really it's a little bit more in here. Like that. And his paw kind of falls off in the snow. All his legs kind of fall off in the snow here. Except for this one, you can see this back one a little bit better. And he comes down this way, like that. And his head comes up this way. His ears come in here. Am I gonna get him on there? I think I am. Maybe that's a little bit too big. Like that. And his head comes in there. Yeah, I think I'm liking him. Now, like I said, this is going to be painted, so all of these little sketchy lines that I'm putting on here will get covered up with paint. So I'm not too worried about any bad marks that I get on here. I'm not even sure you can see them. So his tail is kind of dark in there, kind of dark fur, and it's got a white tip on it. His hip, his back hip here is a light colored in here. This is all a reddish, beautiful golden reddish brown in here. This area, I don't have his face. And I think I'm going to have to get up closer to see his face. I don't like this line here. Let's go to settings and see if I can get rid of that line. The settings on the gallery. Slideshow. App info. I don't like that setting. Mobile data, battery, storage, memory, notifications, permission set as default.
Draw over apps, app details in store. It doesn't tell. I don't like how they put that panel of, I don't like how they put that panel of pictures there. Images. Let's move him to his own. Let's move him to, let's put him out on my drive. I don't like that panel of pictures. Come on, share. One item. I want to go to my drive. Save on drive. I'll put him in my dogs folder. Dogs. Select. Save. And let's close my gallery. Let's close that. Let's go out to my drive. And let's go to the dogs and to the fox. And there he is. Now I got rid of that panel of pictures that was showing down at the bottom. Come on. There we go. Put that up in the corner. There, that's much better for me. That's much better. Now let's do his face. So his head, let's see, his head comes down like this. Like that. And it kind of comes down this way and then slants a little and then slants some more. And then he's got this nose. Foxes have long, sharp noses. Not that long, but sort of long. He's got a nose up in here. Like that. Is that, no, that's about right. And then it comes down. He's got a mouth, and then he's got a area in there. Yeah, I think I'm kind of happy with that. And then he's got white up in here. White area. And then his ear comes in here. Now remember, all these sketchy lines are going to be painted away. And then his fur kind of comes down like this. And kind of got a little humpy in there. Comes down there. His tail comes, I think his tail might be a little bit bushier now. Like that, sort of. Yeah, I think I'm kind of happy with him. So let's sketch him out a little more. Yeah, maybe his neck is, yeah. Now his eye, Fox has wise eyes. Wise eyes. Look at his eye. Not human eyes. His fox eye is a little bit more slanty than what my other ones were, but they kind of come like that. It's still round. Maybe a little smaller. We'll paint it in. It's got kind of a brow. This ear comes up in here. Like so. Of course, his eye is dark. Maybe a little smaller eye.
All right, let's put in some color. Let's put in some color. Can you guys even see them? I don't know. And all of this is white snow all around him. I think his mouth needs to be, I think he needs a little bit longer nose. Like I said, he'll get painted out. Yeah. A little bit longer nose and a little bit narrower eye. All right, let's get out some paint. We want a golden color in an orangey red color. And a gold. And maybe the Georgia clay if I can find it. Where's my Georgia clay? Redwood. Red apple. Alizarin crimson. Burnt sienna. Georgia clay. And maybe some brown and black. Here's a asphalt, and we need a black. Not a midnight blue, we want a black. We'll use this and maybe a white. A white. And I always reach for that empty bottle of white here. We'll use this. Okay. And brush. I'm using that for my ink. Pens. Let's get a paper towel out. I've got to watch my time. It's 8:30. We won't get but a little start on this. This is Thursday. I'm going to get off by 9 today. I went overtime the other morning. We'll just get the base in here. We'll just get a base coat. And we need another brush. That's watercolor brush. Let's use this one. Yeah. So, what did I do there? Okay. A little bit of wax paper. I use this parchment paper just because I have it close. And we're going to put in some tonal values on his body. I think I'm done with my pens. Of course. Let's see what you guys can see. Let's move my camera just a little. There. His eye's too big. I tend to make the eyes too big. We will take care of that. So we want a little gold. This is King's Gold, and we want a little Georgia clay. And that's India ink. Where's my black? Did I knock my black over? Let's find some black. Here's some black. Let's go for this rockwood red. Or maybe this. All right. Burnt sienna. Okay, let's do this first. Shake it up. That's a pretty color. I love Georgia clay color. It's a pretty color. And some gold. I'm not sure what all you guys are seeing. Yeah, I guess you can see it. And let's do a little of this. Is asphaltum. A-S-P-H-A-L-T-U-M. Asphaltum. Asphalt. Sort of a grayish brown color. And maybe a dab of black. This is the juicy black. We'll just leave it, that dab there. All right, so let's start putting in some gold and orange tones here. Maybe a little brown in there. And his forehead. Part of his ear. I'm just blocking in color here for right now. And he's got a kind of a goldish area on his hip here. Maybe some, even put some white in that. And off over in here. And whoops, that's not what I wanted. But that's okay. White in there. And on the tip of his tail. And the tip of his tail is darker brown in here. Let me wash that brush out. Yeah, it really does come out like this. Maybe a little orange mixed in there, a little Georgia clay. And his legs are kind of dark in here. And this area is light, a lighter color. Yeah. So just with a couple strokes, you almost have a representation of a fox. beautiful colors in him. Beautiful, beautiful colors. This leg, his tail comes this way. A little dark in there. Yeah, I might have to refine that a little. His fur kind of feathers out a little here. But as I put the snow in, I'll have to work him in a little more. I might have that down a little. Let's put some white areas in here. Might need a little gray in that white to kind of it's not enough white. And this in here is really gray. In here, I've got it kind of a tonish brown in here now, but he's standing in a snowdrift. And then it's whiter in here, and this area is gray. I don't have my black out. What time is it? I need to watch my time. 8:39. I've got a little bit longer. Yeah. So this whole area in here, I'll have to go back over his tail. I need to get the snow in there. Could kind of be a light bluish color up in here too. Let's get a light blue out. I don't like that white being so juicy. We'll go back over that with more white. I just want to get some background going in there. I have to do it while it's still wet. Pour it right on the page, Meri. Now I'll work on this fox a little bit more. I'm just kind of blocking in a background, and then I'll come out
and I'll put him back in here. I'll put him back in. He got covered up in here. But we want to get this background in there. And I'll put a little bit of gray up in here. This is kind of a shadowy. He's standing in a drift of snow. All right, let's go back in and put in some of this body back in here. So he doesn't look so. Oops, that's too much. Doggone it. Excuse that, doggone it. I got his ear too big there. Let's go paint it out again. White. My white's too juicy. He's got white up in here. I'm going to paint that eye out and redo that eye. Redo that whole area in there. Never fear, never fear. He will end up done in the long run. Bluish area in there. A little more golden brown in here. Now you can see he's got 3 feet in here. He's got a foot here. Let me show this to you. He's got, if you expand his feet, here's his tail. He's got a foot here, his front paw's there, and his other back paw's there. He's got 3 feet in that area and 1 foot over there. I don't know. I guess that's how I'm going to do it. But to do that, I need to paint this out again to get it to look like snow, to put his other foot back in there. A little blue in there, I think. Let's come in with just a little bit of a brown foot in there. A little bit. And then this other foot kind of comes this way. And then there's a foot here. And there's a little bit of a foot coming down in there. I don't really like that, but I don't want to fight the picture. And his hip, this hip kind of comes out more like that. And some brown up in here. And this tail comes down more like that. Just give that more of a goldish brown area there. In there. It's really kind of hard to see what's going on there. I think his tail starts coming down this way. And it's a darker color. So, let's see where I'm at. It's 8:50. I think I'm going to finish this tomorrow. I'm just going to let this palette dry so I kind of have an idea of my colors. And I'll look at that tomorrow. So this is going to be what I'm going to paint. And hopefully I can get a print done. This will be for my October thank yous. I want to start doing more of what Dee Dee is doing, and I found Cheryl's hummingbird, so I think I'm going to send that one, maybe take a picture of it. Well, I have a picture of it. I want to see if I can't send it to Office Max and get them to make me some prints. I'm going to have to work in this area a little bit more here, but I'm pretty happy with it. So I want to get off of here in time. Let's go look at chat before I say goodbye. Let's get rid of this. He's out in my drive, so let's go look at chat. Let's put my paints up here. And I knock them off. Over here. Move that up a little. Let's look at chat and say goodbye to folks. I can see his his head needs a little bit more work, and his nose. We'll get him. This is just kind of the base coat in there. Aw, thank you, Carla. Well, for starting out, he's okay. I have to put more definition in there. This will just kind of be blocked in for now. Janice is here. She says, on hold with the doctor's office. Loretta is here. Hi, Loretta. Loretta. You'll watch the replay. Yeah, it's just the base. Thank you. Hi, Cheryl. Cheryl, I found your envelope. I found your envelope. Yeah, tomorrow morning begins at 5:45. Thank you, Janet, for saying that. And we're going to start the stream tomorrow morning. I'll introduce it, and then Linda McAllister will come on after me. And I don't remember if I'm before Janet Nash or if Janet Nash comes on after Linda. I don't remember the schedule. I don't have it flat in my head. I got it out on the community tab, and it is in Vibbsville. Lucia cannot make it. She's got to work. Work is more important. She's got to have a job to support her family. I sure don't like that area there. We'll be working on that area tomorrow morning. But yeah, it's going to be a Vibbsville Oktoberfest, and I can't work on that tomorrow because we're going to be doing the Oktoberfest. But maybe I'll work on this weekend. Thank you, Janet. I wish I could see the community tab on this tablet. Let's see. Deborah Brown says, thanks, Meri. I'll see you tomorrow morning. Looking forward to it. I am too. I am too. Nicole, Relax Cut and Glue says, that's my snarky alter ego, Kimberly. Nicole, love your super fast squeaky voice side. This looks like my parents' dog. It's a fox. If a fox and a dog had a baby, that's what she'd look like. Aww. Aww. Oh. Raisin bread. Was Ami here? Ami, were you the one who said you had spindles? Hi, Ami. Welcome, Ami. Thanks for popping in. And Lori Paint Girly is here. Lori was painting her face. Is your face still painted? Did you wash all that off, or is your face still painted, Lori? I didn't get to see the end of it. She was painting her face yesterday. It looked like it was a cat, or the beginning of a cat. I don't know. I didn't see it all. Mrs. Gigi is here. Hi, Mrs. Gigi. Good morning. Tina was here and had to leave. Amy's here. Oh, I can't go up anymore. There's Kathy Arbor. Hi, Kathy. I can just barely see you. You're the second line on my... I can't go scroll up any further. You love Paint Girly's face? Is it still on her face? Did she tell us here? I don't see where she answered me. All right. So I want to get off of here. Kathy, are you on next? Are you coming on? Or is it Kathy Berg or Scrap Chick? Somebody's coming on at 9 o'clock. You're back to normal. Lori says she's back to normal. I'll have to go watch the end of your video, Lori. I have to tell you, what did I do? Were you painting your face while the... I didn't watch... All I watched last night was the... Dee Dee. Thank you, Mrs. G. Dee Dee's coming on. Thank you. At 10 o'clock. 9 o'clock. I got to get off. It'll be 9 o'clock here and 10 Eastern. All right. I need to get off because Dee Dee Willingham and Janet Young are going to come on. I think they're going to have a guest today. So I got 4 minutes to wave and say have a great day, and I'll see you tomorrow morning. Bye, everybody.